Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Sadiq
Yes,
sir?
yes.
Yeah, yeah, thank you very much, Krishna and sir. Thank you. We shall start by 2:05 after sir joins. Thank you very much. Hello all. Good afternoon, everyone, and I welcome Professor Nilesh Gonasgi sir, who joined with us right now. So, Nilesh sir, you are formally welcome on behalf of our Anjuman Islam's AP College of Commerce and Economics. And sir will be
Thank you,
taking
sir.
sir will be taking session on big data and computational research methods, and also he'll be sharing with us non-parametric test. So both the sessions will be taken by sir today. So do attend and get enriched. I would like to introduce sir first. Uh, Sir Nilesh Gonasgi sir is a IC principal in Beramji Jijibai College of Commerce, Charni Road, Mumbai. Uh, and he is MA in economics, and most of the most I will say the highlighted feature of sir is that he is very good in econometrics and statistical treatments. So he has been conducting many sessions on data analysis and R programming in workshops organized by different colleges. To name a few, Bhavan's Hazarimal Somani College, Girgaon. He has taken session in Bharat College of Badlapur. He has also taken session last CPB in our CPB as well. Sir is appointed as a Vigilance Square member, University of Mumbai. Sir is about to submit his PhD thesis, which is right now pursuing from Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy, from where he got his M Economics degree. And Sir has conducted national conference of his college, and number of papers have been published by him, especially in Springer Publication House. The paper title was Determinants and Forecast Price Levels in India, a VAR framework. As I told you, Sir's work is more on econometrical models. Also, he assists many PhD research scholars for their statistical analysis and interpretation of data. I am one of them whom he did assist for taking out the inferences by applying non-parametric tests. Sir has worked also in corporate with the Global Energy Technologies Private Limited as an executive in the data research and analysis team. Apart from that, Sir has IT skills. He does know many software and advanced Excel and R programming, SPSS and Stata. All he used for his statistical inferences. Sir has also got one research project under the guidance of Dr. Abhay Pete. The title was Augmentation of Urban Finance, Necessity and Solution. And this paper was actually gave the overview and history of the statistical profile of ASEAN nations and India as a free trade area, EFTA, and estimation of gravity model of EFTA and partner countries using the ordinary least square OLS method with the help of Stata. So it's one of the global collaboration work he did on that. Apart from the other activities, Sir goes as a guest speaker many places. He has attended himself many workshops, and he has presented on urban water pricing issue as a part of urban economics coursework as well. He has secured second place in intercollegiate dance competition organized by Veggie School. So many. So in extracurricular also, sir is very good. So, Professor Nilesh, sir, I welcome you formally again on this platform. And I'm very sure they are going to get to know many things about big data and computational research and non-parametric tests. So this session will be theoretical as well as somewhere practical. So thank you very much for
Thank you,
joining.
sir.
Yeah, all
Thank you
the
so much,
thank
sir.
thank you.
Firstly, let me thank you, Rajesh sir, and the entire team of AP College for giving me the opportunity to speak on a subject which is very close to my heart, which is big data. So why? And I've never seen any workshop or maybe guest lectures, mostly in commerce and social sciences colleges, covering this topic, that is big data. Now, there are challenges to it. We'll come to that, but this is something innovational. This is something very new, and I am very happy to uh, to to talk on this subject. I'm also a student of this subject right now because big data, it's very vast. It's very very complicated. It's too big, but yes, it is really important us that researchers to understand this big data and how to apply this big data. So before I start, let me give my introduction again. My name is Nilesh Gonasgi. I've completed my BSc in Physics and Computer Science and pursued an MA Economics with the specialization of Econometrics from Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy. Right now, I'm pursuing, like Sir said, uh, my PhD from Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy under the guidance of Dr. Mala Lalwani. And before I started academics, I was working with the Global Energy Technologies Private Limited. Now, the context of big data and my corporate stint, I can say, is really, really important and correlated because where everything started. So before that, I've just heard what is big data and how it is, utilized. I was not aware when I was studying econometrics. Also, yes, there were many talks about uh, big data and job opportunities in big data. Right now, it has you can say the data has exploded, right? And we know why it has exploded, but we'll come to that point also. But before all this, there was still big data, and that was industrial big data. And I got my opportunity to work there, where I honed my skills of analytics there. They have trained me. I've got my training with the industry's best people there. And that particular 2 to 3 years as an executive, I've learned a lot of big data. But after that, after joining uh, academics, I could not, progress onto that. But lastly, that time I was learning about big data and I've studied about big data because I thought I will, make my career in data analytics and I have to learn big data. So you can imagine 10, 12 years back, I was learning big data. And now we are here in academics, we are talking about it. We are a little late, I can say, yes, for social science and management research to reach, to understand, to formally acknowledge that we need to understand what is big data and why it is, like how we can use it, what is the importance to the social sciences. Let me start my presentation. I think sharing is not turned on. So, Rajesh sir,
Yeah,
kindly
yeah, yeah.
can
I
you?
wait, sir, wait, sir. I make you admin. Yeah. Today I'm host. Yeah. I heard you. Yeah. Please try, sir. I think you can now.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Is it visible?
Yeah. It's visible.
Yeah. So today's topic is big data and computational research methods. How do we are going to use it, and what are the research methods? And that is what the objective of today's lecture is. How to harness this big data. That is the biggest challenge here today. And let's, like I told you, like even I'm the student of this topic. So let's understand this. What is big data and how researchers can utilize this uh, big data. I've already talked about because the main reason when I joined academics was this only that I wanted to do research, I wanted to reflect onto the what I'm learning and how my society can utilize this information and how can society can progress all together utilizing my knowledge and implementing that. So that was the my objective to join academics after the stint with the Global Energy Technologies Private Limited. Now let me talk about how I learned and what was I doing there. So basically, in Global Energy Technologies Private Limited, there was uh, they were into consulting firm. So what was their job is to predict or estimate future energy demands. So energy demands in terms of consumption of natural gas, petrol, and other coal, for example, in industries. So if it is a glass industries, like how much on an average that company will consume in particular year. That was our job to identify or to estimate to that, like next year how much the consumption would be based on many parameters. Like the data was huge, multi-dimensional data, like so many data variables. We need to figure it out. Like they were like, if I give can give example, so variables were around, I can say 100 variables, not 100, more than 100 variables. For just simplicity, let's consider one industry that was glass industry I'm talking about here. And that glass industry, they had furnaces and then boilers. And so you can imagine a furnace having so many equipments and so many variables, so many sensors giving out the data. And we here analyst trying to understand, without the knowledge of the engineering and the process of what how the glass is made, but only looking at the data points, we started figuring out how to predict the consumption of fuel accurately. Okay, now this is the industrial application of a big data. So how industries are using. So we started figuring out, yes, so if the furnace one is, for example, utilized for so much of amount of time, then the fuel consumption is so and so. And that is how started we building the model. And model become predictive, and the accuracy was based on, everybody know here basically the R regression. So the so we estimated the R square of it, and then we said that yes, this model is, if the R square is above 0.90, we could estimate the fuel consumption accurately. And we could present the results to the managers and CEOs there and say that yes, if you do this, you can save your fuel by so and so amount. And if we can tell them that okay, by this information, yeah, if you use so and so furnace for so and so time during that period, you might save crores of rupees. And that was the big data. Can you imagine? Just understanding how the furnace is working through the sensors and the data, you can understand and you can save crores of rupees for one company. And that is the, what I can say, the volume or the implication of big data. Now, just imagine all that for their profit perspective. Now, let's come back and understand how we can, social scientists, we can implement this. Like I've told you, we researchers are the uh, torch bearers of the society. We have the responsibility to reflect onto our society, what the industries are doing, what the society is doing, and how it is doing, what is wrong, what is right. And then uh, what you can say, media can pick it up our story, saying so and so researcher has said so and so thing. And then political people can, take our guidance, and then how the policy can be frameworked or made, which can be beneficial of our society. So we have a larger role to play. Yes, we are teachers, we are nation builders, but also torch bearers. We have the tools, we have the learning ability, we have the information, we have the knowledge to take our country forward by just doing good research. And that is why we need to have a lot more sessions of this big data, because big data is a new thing now, and it is highly accurate. We'll come to that why it is highly accurate than the sample service. Okay, so what is today's objective? So today's objective, we are going to study uh, what is the definition of big data, how it is defined, what means big data, and its characteristics. Then we are going to explore tools and technologies which are utilized to understand and predict the uh, model through various real world applications. Then, what are the applications specifically in social science research? Now, as why? stressing that social science because uh, big data, yes, or every corporate is using that. Every startup is using it. So, for example, Google is using it, then Facebook is using it. Your Swiggy, for example, Swiggy is using it. Everybody is using for their own benefit, for own profit making. But what are we going to use that? How are we going to use that? Is it possible even to utilize big data in social science research? That is what the main, uh, what you can say, topic in today's discussion. And then research methods we will discuss, like which research methods we are going to use. So traditional research methods are, we can say, they have limited scope in big data. So what are the new methods? How can we do that? That is what we want to understand today. Yeah. So before that, let me take you to one story which I read in a book, which was the book title was Power of Habit. I think many of you must have heard or read this book. It's fantastic book about like how habits are important for individual growth and development. And there are so many examples mentioned there. And there are then industrial habits, personal habits. Yeah. So let's not go into the details of the book, but there was a one specific example which I wanted to share here to make and to make you understand how big data can matter to us and how these companies are utilizing that and minting profits, if I can say that. Yeah. So what is the background? So around 2002, Target. Now Target is a supermarket company or firm, store, you can say. So a Target is a supermarket store like DMart in India, but it's like too big. Target is a huge, compared to DMart or Reliance or something like that. Okay, so consider Target. So Target hired Andrew Paul, a statistician. Okay, he has done a master's in statistics and economics to enhance the marketing analytics for the Target. Okay, so he had data, past data from the Target. They also bought some data from outside, so their email interaction, feedback. So they had so many variables, so many data points with them. So how to make use of that? So they hired Andrew Poll. So they wanted to understand the buying patterns, like what happens to a person, why he buys something, what is the reason. So they understood one thing, that there are life stages which are very important through habits of a person changes, like once, uh, when one gets married. So post your marriage, automatically your habits changes and your buying patterns also changes. So they wanted to understand what are those key life changing pivotal stages of life which can change or which can increase the buying pattern or which can increase their revenue utilizing that information. So they understood one thing, that if they can understand who is pregnant, for example, after child is born, you are spending a lot, right? So there are a lot of things you spend on, like your diapers and then new things, baby powder, baby lotion, so many things. So imagine for Target, if they know who is pregnant and who is not, they can tailor few products to them and you offer them discounts which can enhance their sales. Now that was a challenge with the entry pool. So he wanted to make a predictive model which will say करके who is pregnant and who is not. Can you
तो
imagine that?
सर आज आज सर कितनी बैठेंगे ना कि सीधा घर चले जाएंगे बताओ। हाँ
Somebody's mic is on, I think.
तो अभी देखिए
Yeah, I
कभी
think you
तो
can
आपको
mute Nilesh. If someone is by
Yeah.
mistake, you can mute
Okay.
them. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So how did they do it?
तुमको लग रहा है जाना है तो चली जा।
So
Enough
they were
is,
very smart.
yeah, give me 1 minute, sir. Yeah, agar if they're
No problem.
unmuting, na, you can mute them. Yeah,
It's
sorry for.
okay, sir. No problem. No problem. So how to do that? So this was very important. If they can understand, if they can predict, and they can, then uh, they profits are huge. They knew this thing. So how to do that? So then what they have done? So they have done. They had baby registry. So there was a some event they have kept in past. So where mothers themselves registered for that event, and they once they knew, yes, what mother buys typically, and with the buying pattern, if there is a pattern in that purchases and uh, sales, so they can understand who is mother and who is not. And that was the, what you can say, खजाना मिल गया उनको. और then they identified 25 products. Okay, such products like unscented lotions, supplements like calcium, magnesium, zinc, then other like increased purchase of uh, yeah, many, consider 25 products they have understood. With that they can predict pregnancy. So they have built that pregnancy prediction score. Okay, so it was again, it based on habits of the uh, person, what they buy and what not. Okay, so the scale was immense, like massive, like millions of transactions across thousands of stores. Okay, so making this big data project. Now you can imagine it was 2002. So the availability of tools were very limited that time. Okay, so and imagine they predicted, and so the model was so accurate that one day what happened, a father of a teenage daughter came running to the store, and he barged in and he started yelling, how can you send flyers of pregnancy to my daughter? How are you sending all these discounts on pregnancy product to my daughter? Yeah. I mean, his address, because basically the daughter was staying with him. So they didn't knew that she is unmarried, and probably the model predicted she is pregnant. So, but after a few days, father came back and apologized, saying that your prediction was correct. She is pregnant. Can you imagine that? No test required, no blood test, nothing. Just understanding the buying pattern and predicting who is pregnant and who is not. And that is what big data is. That is what big data is. So how they have done? So they have measured the buying patterns of pregnancy mothers of the past data. So पहले जो हुआ है, कितने mothers आए हैं हमारे शॉप में और उन्होंने क्या क्या खरीदा, उसके बेसिस पे they have constructed a model, and then they started utilizing that model for future buying patterns. So somebody comes in to that store and purchases these 25 products, and she's a female, and if she's under the category of getting pregnant, that means age category. So model will predict her pregnancy score based on her buying patterns. So with that, the model became accurate. The larger the data, more accuracy. Now that is why now mostly social sciences are done through surveys, right? Now surveys have limited scope here. Why limited scope? Because we entirely depend on the samples, and samples have errors. If there is a sampling error, if there is data collection error, so we won't know about that, and we can falsely reject our null hypothesis when it is true, and that can pose a huge challenge for the research, further research, and that is why big data is very handy here. So big data doesn't rely on just one sample, but it relies on the entire population, and we'll come to that how it is done. And the second reason I can explain it to you is here. Consider your student batch. Okay, 60 students. You have 60 students in your class, and you want to predict or you want to estimate what are the learning, how good your students are based on sample of 10 to 15 students. Is that possible? I'm just giving one analogy. which is small example of it. It is not done like that. Sampling is different than that. But take down the example of like, so you have to predict for 60 students based on 15 students. So it is not accurate at all. Yes, there are the sampling formulas which will say okay, how much sample size you should have and all that. But still, having the entire population predicted is always a good option than the going for the sample. Okay, so that was one example. The another example I want to cite here, which is taken from a wonderful book. Okay, so this is Google. Okay, now Google in 2002, I think 2007. So they had enormous data of what people are searching. So they know करके when people search, what people search. So they have understood the psychology of a person when they search and why they search. So so they started building a model. So they had past data with them from 2003 and 2007. So what they have done, they have seen what you can say, flu outbreaks. They have correlated flu outbreaks with the search items. So example, if any state in the USA, if there are number of people searching for terms like flu symptoms, cough medicine, Tamiflu, and they have correlated with the outbreaks, like flu outbreak हुआ है नहीं हुआ है वो रीजन में, वो पर्टिकुलर रीजन में जहाँ पे ये टर्म ज्यादा सर्च हो रहे हैं. ओके, ये पास डेटा पे उन्होंने बिल्ड किया, लर्न किया, प्रेडिक्टिव इक्वेशन बना दिया, विच इज मोस्टली multivariate regression or something like that. Okay, so they have now predictive thing. Now they know okay, their model is accurate based on R square, and they can claim yes, it is accurate. But how to test it? अब हुआ क्या, तो ये मॉडल रेडी था. तो जब भी नेक्स्ट टाइम पीपल स्टार्टेड सर्चिंग फॉर दिस आइटम्स, okay, total were 45 search terms which Google identified as key terms where we can predict what they are, uh, if there is outbreak of flu or not. Okay, so imagine now, next time when somebody is searching, automatically Google, their model will say yes, there is a likelihood of flu outbreaks in so and so state, because the people now the maximum people are searching for these keywords which Google has listed, and based on that they have accurately predicted before the CDC is control of disease, USA का एक जैसे इंडिया में है, that control of diseases unit which tracks outbreaks of viruses or something like that. So before CDC can predict a flu outbreak, Google was ready and predicted also that they have a flu outbreak based on past data, and that is what the big data, right? So that is how accurate, that is how uh, beneficial for us can be utilizing big data. Yes, there are a lot of opportunities, jobs, because like I've told you when I started my lecture that the data has exploded. The Now we have so many data points with us, but we don't know how to analyze that. And that is why the job opportunities in this sector is enormous right now also. So if somebody wants to join corporate, so and he has knowledge of big data and their applications, also the tools which are required to understand this big data in meaningful way, so there are a lot of job opportunities for those people. Okay, but here today for researchers, it's to understand how to utilize for social science. That is what we're going to understand. So what is big data? So I have taken this definition of big data from a book by Foster et al., which was published in 2017. Okay, Basic, specifically, I've taken this from a book which has linkage to social science. So how big data and social science are interlinked and how we can use that. So, according to them, big data encompasses large, diverse, and complex data sets that require advanced computational methods to analyze. Okay, so according to Big Data and Social Science book, big data encompasses large, diverse, and complex data sets that require advanced computational methods to analyze. Okay, so it's not about just size, it's about data sets like tax records or census microdata, right? Too vast and varied for old school methods. Like we can't use t-test there, though we can use descriptive methods like standard errors and variances there, but still we can't predict based on that. We'll just understand like what is your mean, what is your standard error of that data. Okay, so the authors here see it as a millions of complex records needing computational tools like Python or R to unlock insights into society or organization. It's big, it's messy, and it's powerful, right? So we have to shift ourselves from small surveys to population scale analysis. I've told you, small surveys, yes, good to understand कैसा है, अच्छा है, हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, but it cannot be compared with population scale analysis. Do you agree on to this or not? Right? And that is why big data will help us. Can you imagine here what can be the application in social science? Anybody can think about any uh, uh, tool, not tool, a topic which you can utilize with the data already we have generated based on that some application in social science. I'll give one example. Uh, okay, tax records. If you have tax records of you know past tax records, how can we utilize that in our social science? Can you come up with any topic or any application of that? Tax records and social science. Tax records or big data hai, because every day people there are so many people have registered for tax, so already there is a data set created, and they know tax people know that कौन tax कितना pay कर रहा है, कितना income है, right? So this data can be utilized uh, after meaningful statistical analysis and can be applied in social sciences. I can give you example here is that we can use these tax records. For example, we want to compare regions. Okay, I mean, per capita income is very difficult to measure at very village level or
Who
district
developed
level.
that model, and what assumptions they have not considered, then later what they've considered and why they got Nobel Prize. I've explained in the class. Think so, correct? No?
I think.
See and tell.
Let me.
One person is there.
Hello. Do you have any question, ma'am? You
Hello.
continue. You continue. I think.
Sorry. Actually, I thought
No. You continue.
Okay. Yeah. So I was giving example here like how we can utilize our tax record to understand the per capita income. Is that possible? Now, per capita income, no, not per capita income, just to understand like how to compare regions or their income levels. Now we can utilize this with the help of tax records, right? So we have tax records with region wise, state wise, district wise, and you can make a predictive assumption. Yes, so and so states have so and so what you can say better than one state than or worse than one state in terms of their income. This can be also utilized for to understand how education can impact income levels. Right? It is very difficult to understand income level and education level. हम लोग के पास इतना डेटा ही नहीं करके हम लोग ट्रैक कर सके करके वो इंडिविजुअल का एजुकेशन और इनकम को रिलेट कर सकते, यस। बट विद द टैक्स रिकॉर्ड्स, जहाँ पे इफ देर इज वन वेरिएबल दे हैव एजुकेशन they have used, I think. So when we have to file a tax, there is demographic things which we have to fill up, like your name and everything, marital status and all. And then there is education, and then on based on that, you can predict. You can have a predicting power based on the education also. So we can utilize all these tools. We can understand more in more detail about all this utilizing big data. This is one example. Like likewise, you can also come up with any model, any application of such model. If you have any idea, like अभी इतना पता है करके हाँ ये बिग डेटा है, टैक्स रिकॉर्ड्स है, सेंसस डेटा है, सर्विस जो लार्ज स्केल सर्विस होते हैं, दैट यू कैन बी वी कैन यूटिलाइज. Then Aadhaar card can be utilized. APAR ID, can you imagine? Now, APAR ID, we know as teachers and lecturers how Mumbai University has given us a task to create ABC ID. कर लो ये अभी ABCD करना ही है. But can you imagine the future implication of such a small move? Now we know ABC through ABC ID, we can track that student throughout his academic performances, and then we can link that with Aadhaar card, which is already linked with APAR ID, and Aadhaar card is also linked with your tax records, which with your PAN, right? We have to link our Aadhaar card and PAN. Imagine now we will have enormous data of students' education with not only just his whether he is graduated or post graduated, we will understand his marks also. We can just get the scores of the individual student, and we can map with his income, how he has performed through his academic years and his income levels. Can you imagine what sort of analysis we can do here? So that's the big data. This is one example which I have just come up with right now. अभी जो हमारा ABCD का काम चालू है उसके ऊपर से I thought of it. Yeah, so how to define the big data? Big data, we say 5 V's of big data. Volume, which is massive amounts of data, right? We have already spoken about it. जैसे मैंने खुद कंपनी में जहाँ पे काम कर रहा था, like 1,000 variables plus data points. Each day the data points would be around lakhs. Okay, and velocity. So हमारा जो fuel consumption होता minute wise होता था करके कितना एक मिनट में कितना fuel consumption हुआ है. Sometimes it was in seconds also if we want to build a very accurate model. So in variety, diverse data types, text, image, video, whatever it is, you can utilize for your big data. You can imagine we can use text also to understand what data is saying. We'll come to that. We have plenty of examples and how to do that also. Okay, we can use image, you can video, you can utilize videos in your data sets. There is a technique to do that. Yeah, so today's lecture is, we will not dwell too much into big data, but to understand. So create, today's objective is to create platform for you. Now, once this platform is created, like how it is, what it is, you can maybe go further, go deep into it to understand big data, understand these big tools. There are a lot of material available online. You can go into a course, have maybe there are courses on NPTEL and SWAM on big data, some research tools based on big data. You can now, this platform is ready now. You can build what building, how tall you want to build based on this platform. So today's objective is to build that platform and not go into deep into it, because we certainly don't have scope here, because there are too many things, too many tools which cannot be covered in one single lecture. But my point is that at least I will, brush you each and every aspect of the big data. So volume, okay. So variety also done. Veracity is data quality and trustworthiness. I've told you, like tax records are accurate. Okay, maybe there must be some data typing error, typo errors. We will exclude all that. Those are called outliers. Okay, that's a very 1% of the data. It could be missing numbers or repetitive data points. All that is okay. We can clean that. There is a cleaning process for that. But quality, accurate, highly accurate. Yes, it is trustworthy because it is from the government, and government does not know that they have such important data with them. This is the researcher's job now. Yeah, so somebody will claim, but sir, उनका नाम है, सबका details है, privacy. Yeah, we understand that. But we researchers, we have ethics also, right? So we have to first tell income tax department that anonymize that data. That means don't give us the name, address, and everything. Just anonymize. That means give unique ID to them. Just mention unique ID. Don't mention anything specific. And based on that, you'll get the data. We don't require name and everything. We just require how much his qualification is person and how much his income is to make the correlation, right? So value, yes, meaningful insight. So we have already seen how accurate these models are and insights and applications. Yeah. So to go further with the Google model, I'll also tell you that they have closed that model. Okay. Google is no more cannot predict flu outbreaks accurately now. The reason is that now we have changed. So पहले कैसा था? Google was everything. In 2007 and 2008, if you remember, Google was everything. So people used to trust and go with Google entirely. But then after YouTube and everything, the search terms started changing, and because of that, their predictive power became less and less. So in 2015, they had to shut it down because once they have over predicted flu outbreak, and once they could not even predict. So outbreak हो भी गया, but Google को पता भी नहीं चला. So that those are the what I can say कॉन्स ऑफ द बिग डेटा, क्योंकि उनको एक ही मॉडल था और एक मॉडल पे वो काम करते गए, बट डेमोग्राफी चेंज होती गई, राइट? So that is why the data could not be accurate, you know, after 7 8 years. But tax records are something like that which are highly accurate, right? It is not going to change. It is going to remain same as it is. So yes, so we can draw meaningful insights and application through these models, which are highly predictive models. Okay, now let's understand. So ये जो भी मैंने explain किया, big data's 5 V's. Let's understand what is that. Okay, so billions of daily searches. So you can imagine it is unmanageable scale without computational tools. Okay, now when I say computational tools, you must be wondering, sir, क्या हम लोग यहाँ पे यूज कर सकते हैं, करेक्ट? सो यहाँ पे मैंने ऑलरेडी बताया करके पाइथन और आर, these two softwares are highly used in big data. Okay, तो पाइथन के अलावा स्टेटा भी कर सकता है, बट एसपीएसएस, एक्सेल, they are not that appropriate because they cannot handle massive data points, and there are likely chances that your software can crash, and then there are challenges with that also, right? So if your software is crashed, then again you have to do everything again. So it is a big hassle. So but our program is good with handling data, but again with better than the R program is Python. Python has too many options. They can also analyze text and everything, which R programming cannot do it accurately. Though there uh, are packages which are available for analyzing text also, but still Python is more flexible than the R. Now, so when Rajesh sir introduced me, that time I was having the knowledge of only four software, but now today I am also started learning. Not today, like quite back, like 2 3 years back, I've started also learning Python. So when I came to know that R programming is, yes, it has limited scale, but Python is something, it's new. Everybody's using. In fact, the chat GPT uses Python, okay, for their large language model. But that is why I started exploring Python. Now I have basic understanding of Python, but not only operational, you can say. But still, I'm building it up, and I also uh, want to say here that all researchers need to have these tools because these are our tools, right? And these tools are very handy when you want to do data analysis and have meaningful insights through that. So start investing on those these at least two tools, that is R programming and Python, and you will thank me later, because these are the two tools you don't require money for that to purchase. These are open source softwares, both Python and R. Okay, and फ्री में है, सबसे सबसे बड़ा एडवांटेज फ्री में है. एंड थोड़ा सीखना पड़ेगा. यस, यू हैव ऑनलाइन सोर्सेज टू स्टडी दैट, एंड यू कैन always get help through various forums. जहाँ पे if you are making any error in code, you can take help from the online forums. But yeah, if you do that, there are already codes available. Okay, you can just copy paste this code and apply it to your models also. That also works very well. With small changes in your those codes, you can start using R programming from today. Also, you can start using, because there are tools available, codes available. For example, if you want to import data from Excel, so there is a code available online. You can search for that code, copy paste, and put it in our program. And few changes like उसका फाइल का नाम क्या है, path क्या है, तुम्हारे variables का नाम change कर दिया तुमने, and you have bingo. You can start working on that, and you can start computing your any, for example, regression, multivariate regression, time series forecasting. You can start doing that. Okay, so that those are the computational tools, R programming and Python, which are largely used in um, big data. Okay, so yeah, one more example here. Why I'm giving this example? Because what is the difference between us and the companies? Companies are also utilizing big data. Then what is the difference between researchers and the companies who wants to companies? You all know that they want to do for the profit purposes, right? So here is one example. So, and this is from the book by Mayer and Schomburger, and okay, so they cite Walmart's use of big data, okay, to optimize inventory before hurricanes and revealing unexpected consumer behavior. So what they have seen, they have data with them. Uh, so for example, हम लोग भी अगर आज भी डीमार्ट जाते हैं तो वो हमसे मोबाइल नंबर लेते हैं, राइट? तो मोबाइल नंबर से दे लिंक अस, सो मोबाइल नंबर बिकम्स आवर यूनिक आईडी, एंड दे लिंक अस थ्रू देयर पोर्टल. सो दे नो करके, यस, नीलेश कोनास्की with his mobile number, what is my buying pattern is, when I buy, what I buy, all that. Okay, so similarly, Walmart also has their inventory data and past data, purchases data. So what they have done, they just wanted to understand before hurricane for so what are the buying behaviors of the people. So they realized that just before the, what you can say, hurricane is going to uh, impact their livelihoods, they start purchasing more of Pop Tarts, which is especially strawberry, and beer. Okay, can you imagine? So वो लोग ज्यादा क्या खरीद रहे हैं? Strawberries and beer खरीद रहे हैं. Okay, and just before the hurricane, for example. But they are not buying emergency supplies like water and medicine and everything. Their mostly purchases are strawberries and beer. अब ये क्यों कर रहे हैं उनको जान के मतलब नहीं है, और क्या कर रहे हैं वो इंपॉर्टेंट है. सो दे जस्ट वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड कोरिलेशन, बस. हाँ, तो हरिकेन आने वाला है तो पीपल आर गोइंग टू परचेस, more of strawberry and more of beer. So Walmart, what will they would do? They will stock up. They will build their inventory with beer and strawberry and nothing else, because they know accurately, yes, अब लोग यही खरीदने वाले हैं, and they are accurate with that, and they have boosted their sales. They have earned billions of dollars through this small predictive model, but they don't want to understand why people are doing this. And there is that is why we social science researchers have that scope, because it is very important to understand consumer behavior, why consumer is acting like this, which is irrational. Yes, we know through economics, every we have assumption that every individual unit is rational behavior, right, in consumer theory. So that is what the assumption is, the whole of economic theory, rational behavior. But here, something, it is completely irrational. So why it is something completely irrational, we social science researchers only can understand, and only wants to look into it. Nobody's going to look into it. That is why they are only focusing on what, but we want to focus on why. And that is why we are important. And we have to start using this big data. Okay, so what is now? Social media is creating a lot of data. We all know that. So data collection sources. So today, what we start here is to understand what are the data collection sources. So, for example, social media. Can you think क्या मिलेगा हम लोग डेटा सोशल मीडिया से, और LinkedIn or X is, which is Twitter. How can you have a meaningful insight through social media and accurately build a model? For example, you can correlate um, social media's posts. Okay, you have a post for certain period. For example, during elections. During elections, you can see what how many posts on an average there are on specific topic, and what are the keywords there, and whether it is negative post, whether it is positive post, what is the mean of that post, that is on an average, whether it is positive or whether it is negative. And you can understand likelihood of how it is going to impact the elections. And एक Netflix पे series था on this only, how social media people, they are manipulating the elections indirectly. Okay, so what they will do, okay, they will only highlight those posts are favorable to certain political parties, and which will impact the election results. That is how data is collected through social media APIs and X and LinkedIn. Then there is web scraping. Have you heard this term, web scraping? ये मैंने पढ़ा था जब मैं खुद डेटा एनालिसिस फॉर सोशल साइंस पढ़ रहा था थ्रू MIT. Okay, during COVID times, so a lot of us had time to learn and increase our databases. तो मैं एक कोर्स लिया MIT X ऑनलाइन थ्रू, विच इज डेटा एनालिसिस फॉर सोशल साइंटिस्ट. एंड वहां पे एक एग्जांपल था, टूल था वेब स्क्रैपिंग. So web scraping is something which also I was astonished. I was surprised that yes, we can do that also. Okay, what is web scraping? So we take data from websites, and there are tools through Python and R through which we can scrape data directly from websites into tabulated forms. Okay, for example, uh, Amazon product lists. Okay, you already have product list there, you have prices there, you have likes there, you have dislikes, your ratings there, particular product, and you can web scrap that entire database through your uh, programming codes, and you can tabulate all that data. Okay, and you can start have meaningful insight through that. Can you imagine we can do that for your social science researchers also? You can scrape data of health websites, We can scrape data from RBI. We can scrape data from so many websites available. Okay, that is called a web scraping. So there is a tool which will identify your what data you want to look for from the website HTML code, and they will bring that particular data point only. अब बट ये सारे जो अभी ऑनलाइन वेबसाइट्स है जो लाइक मैंने बताया, मिंत्रा हो गया या फिर अमेजोन हो गया, दे हैव स्टार्टेड अंडरस्टैंडिंग दिस प्रॉब्लम that people are doing this web scraping. So they have started making their websites very complicated for softwares to understand. So yeah, web scraping, then administrative data, very, very important. Like I also told you, census data is administrative data. I know there are challenges in India. We can't just go and ask our government to give us the data, but yeah, but if we can somehow, if there is a change in policy, and if we can get hold on to that data, we can have predictive models. We can change the society's perspectives. We can understand students' learning outcome, you know, all those things. Okay, so this is mentioned in the book, which I've already cited earlier. Then data processing and cleaning. So ये जो टॉपिक है, कोर कंप्यूटेशनल रिसर्च मेथड्स, योर टूल किट. सो सबसे पहला था तो डेटा कलेक्शन एंड सोर्सेस, एंड देन द नेक्स्ट इज data processing and cleaning. So for processing data, we have tools like Python, Pandas, and R, Excel. Excel mein I will not advise you to work, because my experience is very bad with Excel, because whenever you have huge data points in Excel starts to crash, tends to crash. But still, if you have survey data, for example, NSSO survey, yeah, you can, I think, handle that data in Excel. I've used Excel also for survey data, NSSO data. So last research paper for, I think, TIAS conference, that is Indian Economic Society conference, which was held in University of Hyderabad. There, I think I presented a data based on NSSO data, a paper based on NSSO data. So yeah, so we can process and clean this data through R, Excel, and Python. So what we have to do, we have to understand there should be a separate lecture on that, like how to clean data, which is very important, because if you don't clean your data, you will get spurious results. So मेरा एग्जांपल बताता हूँ. अब जब भी मैं एनएसएसओ का डेटा हैंडल कर रहा था, तो एक्चुअली सैंपल साइज था 65,000 हाउस होल्ड्स, बट मेरे डेटा में कुछ 480 का डेटा पॉइंट्स था. सो आई वाज नॉट एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड लाइक व्हाट इज माय प्रॉब्लम. ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? क्योंकि एनएसएस के डेटा पे दिया हुआ है क्योंकि दे हैव कलेक्टेड डेटा थ्रू 65 अराउंड 65,000 हाउस होल्ड्स, बट इट इज इन माय सॉफ्टवेयर, इट इज शोइंग मी 4 lakh something data points. I mean observations, huh? Not variables, observations. So 480 observations. So I said something is problem here. Then I started searching for unique uh, IDs. Then I've understood. So what was happening there? So households में जितने members थे, so data क्या कर रहा था, उनका भी data दिया हुआ था. तो households में for example 4 members है, तो मेरे डेटा में वो मल्टीप्लाई हो गया बाय 4. Then I've cleaned that data. I've utilized only unique IDs through some codes, and which in Excel you can do filtering. There are a lot of options. Set Stata also to do that. पर Stata बहुत महंगा सॉफ्टवेयर है, यूनिवर्सिटीज परचेस नहीं करता है. Thankfully, Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy, we have our own Stata software there, so which is very handy, which is very, very, very good. Okay, if you don't know how to utilize Python R, then Stata becomes very handy. Though in Stata also you require to have some knowledge of coding, but it is manageable. Okay, so yeah, so data processing and cleaning is a very important step of big data. Otherwise, your predictions will be inaccurate. Then analytical techniques, descriptive, summarizing trends, for example, word counts. So जैसे मैंने कहा कि somebody want to understand like how many negative posts so during so and so period, and you can have 1000, just imagine just 1000 negative words or whatever it is, so you can summarize trends. And summarizing data gives you, understanding of the whole data set, whether it is complex data, whether it is simple data, you understand with the look of it. Okay, then network analysis, mapping connections, team collaborations. For example, there was one research on networks. They have utilized Facebook data. So what they have done, so they want to understand how Facebook people are connected to other people throughout the world. So, and based on that, they started predicting who is socially active and inactive. And they started predicting based on only those data points who is probable politician and who is not, based on their nodes. Nodes are in network analysis. There is a node means one node is connected to how many people. So that particular person is connected to how many. So the larger the node, that means the higher the network value of that particular person. So based on that, started predicting who can be a politician and who cannot be a politician. Okay, so that is a complex analysis, which is also called as network analysis. Okay, then machine learning, predictive models. Yeah, so regression is also machine learning, to be very frank. राइट सो रिग्रेशन क्या करता है, मशीन लर्न हम लोग पहले लर्न कराते हैं मशीन मशीन को क्या मतलब कोड को, मेरे मॉडल को मैं लर्न करा रहा हूँ. ओके क्या लर्न करा रहा हूँ, जैसे मैंने एग्जांपल दिया था फॉर गूगल हेल्थ सर्वे, द प्रेडिक्शन ऑफ फ्लू आउटब्रेक्स, उसमें हो क्या रहा था, दे हैव ट्रेन्ड देयर डेटा और देयर मशीन टू अंडरस्टैंड from 2002 to 2007 में how many outbreaks were there and how many key terms were searched during that period of time. Okay, so based on that you can have a predictive models. So that is why we call it as machine learning. Okay, that is why we call it as machine learning. Okay, then visualization. So what is visualization means? I'll give you one example of it. We all know what is data visualization, right? So data visualization means we want to visualize and make understanding of it through visualization. Okay, now can somebody tell me which is better predictive set, A, B, C, D, out of this four, which is the best predictive set? So we have X and Y here given. So X is independent and Y is a dependent variable. We all know that. So based on these figures, average, variance, and correlation, क्या आप बता सकते हैं which set is the good predictor? ये समरी स्टेटिस्टिक्स है, तो ये समराइज किया हुआ है डेटा सेट ए बी सी डी का. समराइजेशन क्या है, एवरेज मेरा 9 है फॉर एक्स एंड 7.5 इज फॉर वाई. Similarly, variance is 11, 4.12, and correlation is 0.816. So based on these values, can we say which is better predictor model? Please at least text. What do you think?
Yeah, the participants can interact.
Yes, that is why it is very important to understand. If you become interactive, the session becomes more interesting.
Yeah, they do interact. Yeah. I think shall we have to make them host? I don't know. Otherwise,
Could be.
yeah,
Anyways,
might be, might
let's
be.
move. Okay, let's move forward. And there are this data set, and just see now here. And this is the data visualization power. Now, basically, now you see, and you can say, yes, the better predictive of a model is data set C, right? Because it is linear, just one outlier there, but the trend is linear. And we can predict accurately because it is a linear model now. And that is why we call it as OLS, ordinary least square model, right? Which is a linear, simple linear regression. Correct. So that is what the data visualization helps us. Sometimes we take it for granted, and that is one thing also, which is also standard errors. Okay, many of us don't mention standard errors in our data sets because we take it for granted. हाँ है standard error कुछ तो है पता नहीं है. I'll give one example. Okay, just imagine the average income of Bihar. Just example, average income of Bihar is 3,500. Okay, 3,500. Okay, and standard error is 2,500. What that means? Average income is 3,500 and standard error is 2,500. So what do you mean by that? That is descriptive statistics, right? We present it. We say, this is standard error. This is mean of my data. So standard error tells us, okay, mean is what 3,500, but it not necessarily that particular income will be valid only. So it can be plus or minus 2,500. So it will vary around 1,000 to how much? 3,000 plus 2,500. 3,500, yeah, 6,000. So it can vary from 1,000 to 6,000. The income will vary from 1,000 to 6,000. That is the variance. And that is why sometimes descriptive statistics and data visualization help to figure it out, like why and how our data is. Okay, so let's study a few more case studies and applications and how to utilize through models. Okay, so linking administrative data with surveys, this for education outcomes. This was taken from this book, okay, which I have already given the citation. End of this lecture also I'll provide the citation again. Okay, so linking administrative data with surveys for education outcomes. So what that means, जैसे मैंने बताया था करके एग्जांपल करके स्कूल रिकॉर्ड्स से अगर हम लोग टाइप कर ले सर्वे रिस्पॉन्सेस टू स्टडी एजुकेशन आउटकम्स. Okay, मतलब कैसा है? So how do we do that? Okay, so school enrollment data. We have school enrollment data thankfully now ABCID. Just imagine. And performance records like grades and attendance, everything is now mapped to our ABCID. Okay, now plus we also have a parent surveys. Survey में पूछेंगे करके how much they are satisfied and what are the aspirations of the parents towards the child, and we can start linking those aspirations of parent, which is also called as motivation, to their graduation rates. Okay, and we can predict क्योंकि अगर parent कोई highly motivated है then automatically the child will become graduate. We can predict that with accuracy. Yes, if parents are motivated, highly motivated, yes, the kid is going to graduate it at least. That is how we can correlate two data sets, or we can merge or link two data sets. So, according to their findings, the model hit accuracy of 85% in predicting success, revealing factors like attendance and parental support as key drivers. मतलब student is attending regularly and the student is also having parental support, so automatically we can predict accurately that student is going to get graduated. Okay, then what is the relevance? Yes, it is social science, obviously. We can also link data types like combining X posts with census data of societal studies, right? For example, region wise, we have postings on Twitter and census data, and we can imagine, we can combine and we can try to understand like क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे, मतलब कौन से लोग कहाँ पे कैसे रिप्लाई कर रहे हैं और क्या पोस्ट कर रहे हैं, without naming that person. State wise, district wise, we get so much of data to understand. Okay, this can also be adapted in management, where we can for employee training, we can link performance data with feedback surveys to predict productivity. Okay, so now let's move on to data types. So firstly is multivariate data. So that means multivariate data which involves multiple variables. Okay, so allowing researchers to analyze relationships or patterns across dimensions. So मैंने बताया था initial of my lecture that for our energy predictions, we used to have so many data points, so many variables, like कितना steam बन रहा है, कितना produce कर रहे. I'll give now example of steel industry. So steel industry में boilers are very very important, because boilers are something which are required to melt that raw steel or iron ore in order to make steel. तो boilers में बहुत ज्यादा गैस कंज्यूम होता है. अब बॉयलर सिर्फ उस पर डिपेंड करता है कौन से टेम्परेचर पे ऑपरेट हुआ हुआ है. अगर टेम्परेचर में ज्यादा फ्लक्चुएशन है तो तुम्हारा प्रोडक्शन में फ्लक्चुएशन होगा, एंड ऑटोमेटिकली तुम्हारे गैस कंजम्पशन पे impact hoga. So there are so many variables involved here, just not the production, that is steel production, how much produce we are, but there is now steam production also involved here, because boiler requires steam. So steam is also important. Then at what temperature the steam was produced, that particular temperature is important. Whether it is managed properly, it is or not, that is also important. So many variables. So that is why it is called as multivariate data, right? Multivariate data means multiple variables. And for that, we used to do regression. Mostly multivariate data, you can do regression. Then there are other also like principal component analysis, factor analysis. All this you can utilize. This is one data type, multivariate data, which is very common. We already have come across with the multivariate data many a times in life. Then we have spatial data. What is spatial data? That is geographical location, physical location, example, latitude and longitude. There is also night sky data. Do you know this news now? Thing what we have come up with is space photographs. So with these lights, night lights, you can predict accurately how much there is economic activity. Just imagine, just predict seeing lights, night lights. Okay, night lights is a term which we use for that particular data, where you have in very huge image taken from the space of our any region during night time. So when you see night light, bright lights, so you can imagine how much economic activity is happening there, and we can predict accurately with this night light. I have went for a workshop. I think it was conducted by Pillai College. I distinctly remember this. So in that they have mentioned and explained us like how this night life or night light can be utilized and predict the accurate uh, results, and that is called as spatial data now. Okay, So with coordinates and physical locations and all that, with the help of illumination, we can merge together both night lights and spatial data. You can have a meaningful insight. Like during COVID, they've understood there were so many districts before and after COVID. So they have night lights of each and every day after a pre COVID as well as post COVID, and they have compared करके क्या फर्क पड़ा. So they have understood in COVID, during COVID, many of the industries went quiet because of, obviously because of COVID, and they have seen these differences of economic activity. And whenever there is some problem, then that time also there are fluctuations in the economic activity, and which can be predicted accurately. So this is one example. Then temporal data. What is temporal? That is time series data. We can also say as time series data. So which is, during periods, uh, if we generate data, for example, year wise, month wise, that is called as a time series data. Okay. So time series data for forecasting example, which have used this time series methodology, which is VAR, vector autoregressive regression. Okay. So that is again a one model. Then hierarchical data. So data organized in nested levels or hierarchies, like parent-child relationships. Also, if there are hierarchies in management, level 1, level 2, level 3, and how it is impacting the overall productivity, that is called as hierarchical data. Then network data, मैंने I think बता दिया था network data कैसे होता है with the example of Facebook. Then text data, which is unstructured or semi-structured textual content, like documents, posts, website posts, ratings. All these are called as textual data. Okay, which are also very very important. So this is the example of network data. अभी यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है, ये these bubbles are journals. Okay, so for example, these bubbles denote the journals, and the color is denoted by the subject is denoted by the color. So those nodes, those bubbles are nodes, and these lines are interconnection. So for example, chemistry journal, how much citation they are borrowing from physics, that is a connection shown. Okay, so if you see here carefully, these three things, maths, physics, and electrical engineering and computer science, they are very linked. Their citations are what you can say, they are merging together or encapsulating each other: maths, physics, and electrical engineering and computer science. Similarly, if you see health professionals, and then medical specialties, they are again interconnected. Then infectious diseases and medical specialties, they are interconnected. So these everything are shown as nodes, and lines are connecting those two nodes. And you will see social sciences and humanities, they are interlinked, but they are not that much linked with the health and brain research, for example, or maths. Maths में है थोड़ा बहुत जो yellow है, that is connected to electrical engineering and computer science. I don't know how they are doing it, but yeah, some citations are interlinked. Okay, so this is how the connections can be, understood in meaningful way. Then we have only 5 minutes left. We have to run through this, but now we have come to the end. Now we'll explain here how the data is utilized, and what is the methodology. So for example, descriptive statistics, I told you, which is very meaningful. आपके रिसर्च पेपर में भी डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टैटिस्टिक्स का बहुत ज्यादा महत्व होता है. सो प्लीज ऑलवेज फोकस ऑन डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टैटिस्टिक्स. Okay, yes, hypothesis testing, yes, it is important, but with that, descriptive statistics tells the reader the entire picture. of the data. Okay, so summarize this data with measures like mean, median, and standard deviation. Okay, then example, temporal X post. What is temporal X post? That means time series of Twitter posts. Election 2024. Example क्या है? Election 2024. Okay, so variables, post volume, कितनी बार पोस्ट हो रहा है दिन में, पॉजिटिव सेंटीमेंट, नेगेटिव सेंटीमेंट, these are the variables. So technique क्या है? Calculate daily averages. Example, meaning post volume. So 500 post positive sentiment है या negative sentiment है? What is the standard deviation of negative sentiment? Now I've told you 0.2 means what? This is a very important figure. Standard deviation 0.2 means that plus or minus your positive statements are from 0.4 to 0.8. Okay, so it ranges from 0.4 to 0.8. So with that you can understand abhi theek hai. So how do we do that? Positive is given as 1 coding and 0 for the negative sentiment. So with that you get the average. Okay, now you can imagine matlab kya hai. So you can make the outcome of this. Like for example, election में अगर ज्यादा लोग post कर रहे हैं which is negative sentiment for the particular ruling party, so that particular party is going to lose that election. Are you getting my point? So this positive sentiment and negative sentiment can predict the election results. Then statistical techniques for multivariate data, regression analysis. In regression analysis, let's take dependent sales and independent food traffic, population density, location coordinates. Okay, now what do you mean of food traffic? How much people are coming in for particular store. So, and what is the population density of that particular district, and then what are the location coordinates? So we can predict linear regression sales based on traffic density and latitude, that is locational coordinates, and we can predict sales drivers. So whether it is traffic, whether it is density, what is important. So with that basis, so DMart can think about it. Yeah, चलो अभी ये हमारे पास पूरा डेटा है पूरे स्टोर्स का, अब इससे मालूम पड़ रहा है कि डेंसिटी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. Now they can use this information before opening up a new store anywhere in India. So they know that density is very, very important. So how much is the density in particular district? They will come up with there only. And because the predictive power they have, they can predict accurately. Yes, they are going to increase their revenue. Then time series analysis. So again, post volume sentiment score likes daily. Okay, so we can use time series also for product prediction करके कितने लोग क्या post करने वाले हैं. So post volume based on past trends and sentiment correlation, we can do that. The network analysis, I've explained to you how these nodes are connected with each other, how important it is to understand. For example, for researcher collaboration network, कितना collaborate करते researcher, कौन सा researcher किसके साथ collaborate करता है, ये सारा कुछ हम लोग पता कर सकते हैं through this network analysis. And this can be applied for any other field also, social media field also. Okay, leadership field also, many field we can apply. Then there is principal component analysis, which is also called as factor analysis, right? So अब मेरे पास this is very, very handy tool. We used to use this very often. Okay, why I'm telling you this? Because जैसे मैंने कहा करके मेरे पास 100 and 1000 variables है. ओके, ये फर्नेस है, इसका टेम्परेचर है, उसका टेम्परेचर है. अब मुझे जानना है मेरे रिसर्च के लिए या फिर मेरे डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल के लिए कितने ज्यादा वेरिएबल्स इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसमें से 1000 वेरिएबल्स में से कौन से ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. देन आई विल यूटिलाइज principal component analysis, which throw me some eigenvalue, and through eigenvalue I'll get the predictive power of particular variable. Okay, and that is very, very important. तो मेरे 1000 वेरिएबल से कम हो गए, अभी 100 वेरिएबल आ गए. अब 100 वेरिएबल में आई कैन मैनेज एटलीस्ट, बट 1,000 to make sense out of it, it's very, very difficult. Okay, so there are packages in R as well as Python to do that. It's not that complicated. You can, with some amount of training, you can start doing it. Okay, so again, textual analysis. I've told you, like when we want to extract data in textual form, so we can do that, which is called as um, NLP, natural language processing techniques. So data is scraped, which is web scraped, basically web scraped मतलब वेबसाइट से कोडिंग करके लिया हुआ रिव्यूज में से डेटा लिया हुआ है. तो रिव्यूज में से क्या लिया मैंने, टेक्स्ट लिया. तो टेक्स्ट क्या मैं क्या लिया करके, अगेन सेंटीमेंट स्कोर क्या है करके, रेटिंग क्या है, वो जो पोस्ट है वो नेगेटिव है या पॉजिटिव है. ओके, तो उसका कुछ बैटरी लाइफ के ऊपर बोल रहा है क्या, प्राइस के ऊपर बोल रहा है क्या. So all that we can utilize and make a multivariate data, and you can start predicting कि ये प्रोडक्ट लोग खरीदेंगे नहीं खरीदेंगे based on all this. Can you imagine just putting up a review can help them predict uh, sales of that particular product? Can you imagine this? हम लोग को बोलते हैं अमेजोन का जब भी प्रोडक्ट खरीदते हैं बोलते हैं प्लीज गिव अस द रिव्यू, गिव अस द रिव्यू, एंड दैट इज हाउ द रिव्यू इज यूज्ड. तो हम लोग हमेशा हर दिन we are creating so many data points and giving it to these companies, but now it is a time to for us as social science researchers and management science researchers to utilize that data to understand the world in a better way. Okay, so let's summarize. So we have already said okay, what is big data, which is a game changer for research, then why it matters for population science, then management, then what the key examples were Google View and trends, right? How Target store utilize their model, how we can interlink census and tax data, all that. Okay, so we have also seen toolkits. So what are the techniques utilized, what are the multivariate data utilized, and these are the references. So if you have any doubt, I think we are open for the forum for 5 minutes because we have already crossed our time limit for this session.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Nilesh sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. In fact, it's very interesting,
My
even
pleasure.
I used to run away from data, but now when I listen lectures like you experts, I really start getting interest in it, to understand. Because collecting data is quite simple, that we know. But how to give
Right.
treatment to that data to bring out something, very interesting by, relating variables, it's really a joy, I feel so, until we do it. So this subject
Yes.
is most of the time difficult subject for the social scientists, and many times they are dependent and they have to, take support of statisticians, but that is fine. That is what the
Yes.
application is getting. But they also should understand. That's why the sessions are kept. They should know about it at least what they're doing. So it was really a nice session. I would like the all the participants, you can have some questions if you want to ask, because second session with some break, if you want, we can take break of 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll be taking second session on non-parametric test. I think there are a few tests which are used today, the non-parametric test, and why they are used, where they are used. It will be a just theoretical background lecture,
Correct.
and sir will give examples and tell us how those tests can be used, right, in our work. It may be a research paper or it may be a thesis. Acha sir, someone is asking, please explain 5 V
Yes.
characteristics of big data. I think you explained that. I think what's the doubt, Dr. Arun? So you can ask, verbally by unmuting. You can ask your doubt, no issue. Exactly what do you want to know?
Yeah, so I think we have already discussed that. Again, if you want, I'll just highlight that. Yeah, so this is what we have already talked about. So these are the very five important characteristics of the big data. So massive amounts of data, like there is, uh, it's not limited to 30, 40, and 100 or 500 sample size, but it is beyond that. It is at the scale which normal traditional software cannot, handle that data. So volume first, V, which is very important to identify or define big data. Then velocity, that means the speed of data, that means inflow and outflow of that data. Like I've given you example of Twitter post. Now there are millions of Twitter posts, for example, not millions, sorry, for a particular region, if there are uh, thousands of Twitter posts if happening daily, so that means you can imagine how much for the entire country we will have, how much, that is the velocity of data. So, for example, how much data points we daily create, that is the velocity. We are using now, started using sensors. We are using watches which has, heart rate sensors, and which is measuring your heart rate or some other measures on daily basis or minute wise basis or hourly basis. So that is the velocity, the speed of data. And then variety, diverse types like text, image, videos. These are second, third V, very important. Now, conventionally or traditionally, we used to depend on only quantitative data and qualitative data. But big data has come, forward beyond that. Now we also have textual data which can be utilized. We have image data which can be utilized. Which we have videos which can be utilized for understanding the, or which can give us a predictive power. Then veracity, which is also data quality and trustworthiness. This is the fourth we talked about. Okay, so मैंने जैसे बताया करके, yes, when we study population data, that is highly accurate than the sample data. Then values like meaningful insights and applications. That is the last or fifth B. I think
Yes,
that
thank you. Thank you, sir. Uh, Nilesh, sir, they're asking for the your contact number you can share because as I told them, sir is more into econometrical studies and very innovative kind of methods of quantitative methods. So if any way he could help you, it's
and in fact,
nice.
I will like to help. I mean, if you
Yeah.
have any doubt, uh, uh, just message me or call me. Maybe next time we can collaborate and do something together, because we have to collaborate. We researchers have to collaborate, and start doing some meaningful and nice work, so that our society can learn through us. And
Because
that is what.
that's the
Yes, sir.
reality, Nilesh sir. I also being guide observe that students work on questionnaire, but they do not take the any statistical opinion before that, and later when even we have faced that problem that when the it's very difficult to apply the best methods and to come with the quality outcome, right? So in the beginning only if they could work on it, I think they can come up with a very good kind of research outcomes. Don't you feel so? That is very important.
Yes,
Today, unfortunately, what happens, they just randomly frame the question and then they try to find out how can, I think in our case, we have experienced that, right? So when
yes,
the
yes.
option was not there, but if they approach and in the beginning only they could, collaborate with for the questionnaire and make it of a best quality and then data collect and then they go for it. I think they will have a very easy way to go, right?
And
This is the
the
important
yes,
part.
yes, and the insights will also be meaningful, and the impact will also meaningful.
Yeah. So what desire outcome you want, what test, so you can come up with that without any, difficulty or hindrances. Otherwise, it's very difficult when times you find that they have done, the data is collected. Now there is no kind of, inferences are able to be brought out. So that difficulty really they are facing. So learners should get initial knowledge of this and they should collaborate. So thank you very much,
Certainly.
Nilesh sir, for this session. And also thank you for accepting second session because the second speaker, unfortunately, he was from West Bengal, Dr. Dash, but his daughter
Oh,
is suddenly very sick and is into hospital. So he did send a regret that he won't be able to join. So thank you for accepting that, and we will be happy to
no
see you
problem. My
again.
pleasure, sir.
Just tell me what time shall we again join? I will take
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yes. You say, sir. You say.
No, no,
You
no. You
are the
tell
host.
you need to have some kind of break because you are continuously speaking. They will be all connected here. That's not a problem. So you tell, and accordingly I will announce them here.
I
Okay.
think, yeah, 10 minutes will break
Fine,
and we'll
fine,
come back.
fine. So dear learners, just 10 minutes break. You can also have stay connected. Don't leave. And sir will be now guiding us on non-parametric tests. What are those? When they are used? And with example, explain us how can you use in your study non-parametric test as well. So stay connected. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nilesh sir.
Thank you,
And
sir. Thank you so much, sir.
thank you. Yeah, after 10 minutes you can join. Just ping me. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
All of you stay connected. Yeah, thank you. After 10 minutes, we shall meet again by almost 4 p.m. You all can. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, Rajesh sir. Thank you.
सब लोग ब्रेक लीजिए 4 बजे मिलते हैं हम लोग थैंक यू
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
So, good afternoon, all, once again. We shall start in few minutes now. You can have questions to the speakers, guest speakers. You can have your doubts clear, right? Yeah, welcome, Nilesh sir. Welcome again for the second session. And without wasting time, because they know you now and you also knowing them, so you can start your session with on the non-parametric test. Thank you very much, Nilesh.
Okay, sir. Okay, so this is I think we have understood what big data is. Now we have to shift from big data to understand what non-parametric tests are. It's not like that big data, we don't use non-parametric tests for big data, but yes, the scope is minimal because non-parametric test doesn't have predictive power. But saying that, still we need to understand what means non-parametric data and when to use and why to use. Correct. So basically we have this, always have this question like when to use and why to use. Without understanding that, you won't able to understand uh, why I'm implementing this test and what are the inferences are. And for that, you definitely need to know what means by parametric data, and then you can understand what is non-parametric data. So without further ado, let's start. I'll just share my presentation slide.
You can mute them. Yeah,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before coming to directly to that, let's differentiate what do you mean by parametric versus non-parametric hypothesis. Okay. So parametric data means the parameters of the data are known. Okay. So what do you mean by that? So what are these parameters? Are they important? Are they really important? That is why the first question, that is why then we can have this distinct question or distinct differences between parametric and non-parametric hypothesis. And then we'll come to which test to be applied and for and what. Let's understand this. Okay. So parametric means the parameters are known. So what are these parameters? So the population mean and standard deviation or sample mean or sample deviation can be estimated accurately based on the population sample. That particular data is called parametric data or parametric hypothesis. Okay. Second very important distinction is the sample follows the standard normal distribution. Okay, then this is the second very important assumption of a parametric data. Okay, standard normal deviation, sorry, standard normal distribution. Okay, so if you remember our statistical lectures or so in that we used to always study distribution types, so T distribution, Z distribution, F distribution. So there is also called as normal distribution, which has a proper bell-shaped curve. So data or sample which has a proper bell-shaped curve are candidates to use parametric tests like t-test, f-test, regression, and all that. Okay, that is the second very important assumption related to parametric hypothesis or parametric tests. And then we have non-parametric. So the opposite of it, that means if your data doesn't have population mean or sample mean or standard distribution, or sorry, standard error or standard deviation known of your particular sample, that is called as non-parametric data. This is one very important condition. So कहाँ पे होता है ये? Okay, नॉन पैरामीट्रिक डेटा कहाँ पे मिलता है? तो जो हमारा क्वालिटेटिव डेटा which cannot be which cannot have a mean, which is not known. Okay, so you can't calculate a mean for qualitative data. That sort of data you have to rely on non-parametric test. So I'll give one example. So we have a Likert scale. Now Likert scale is, for example, strongly agree, strongly, agree, then neutral, and then disagree, and then strongly disagree. This is one type of a scale you have, Likert scale. And then you want to conduct a test. Okay, now here basic assumption is that it is you can't have a mean of that particular data. Why you can't have a mean for particular data? Because you can't know that name. Me, I'll give you example. Now this is Likert scale, standard agree, sorry, strongly agree, and all that. So that is based on the coding. So how a research is coding that particular data. So for example, in my research, I want to give strongly disagree as a 5 score. That is because it is arbitrary. Anybody can choose the codes for that particular scale. And if you choose to have a like this scale, then your mean will be different, right? For that particular observation or for that particular data. Similarly, if somebody chooses any other scale and code it differently, so that mean will be different than your mean. So what is the actual mean then? So we can't know, we can't have that actual mean because there is no mean at all for that particular data. And then the challenge is because then we can't use our normal tests, T test, Z test, or F test for this type of data. Then we how to then go ahead. So these scientists, this what they have come with meaningful ways to understand that. That is what we're going to do in parametric tests. Okay, sorry, non-parametric tests. I think it's more than clear now what we want to say here. Okay, let's move forward with this.
कॉन्टेक्ट डिटेल्स है यहाँ पे पूछिए क्या 3 नंबर दिए हुए
Okay. Yeah.
You can mute sir directly.
Yes,
Yeah,
I've
please.
done. I've done. Understood. Yeah. So yeah. So null hypothesis. Yeah. So null hypothesis, we have all like what is to be tested for, and then we test for alternative, and that we have already seen. But I want to particularly focus on this point that we have to measure sometimes relationships. We want to sometimes measure the difference between two groups and the effect of these two groups. So in normal language, we can have comparative analysis. Okay, so when I say comparative analysis, for example, difference between placebo group and the treated group. So if the patients are treated with certain medication and there is one group which has given a placebo, and they want to compare the results of the this particular medicine or effect of that particular medicine, they will do a comparative analysis. Okay. Now we can do a comparative analysis in non-parametric data also. Now here, so in medical testing, so it is very difficult to, so for example, they will have other parameters, their blood test or something like that. They may be having numerous data points which can be used. They can use t-test or something to measure the difference between both the groups. But let's understand now market research, reviews, how much you like certain product, which has a qualitative data. And then for qualitative data, you can't apply your normal tests because it can give you false results. And then you can have a false positive hypothesis, which is not good for any researcher. And then you have to rely on non-parametric tests. So comparative analysis, one is one type of. Then which tests to be applied? So we all know in parametric we have t-test, we ANOVA, but then which test to be applied when we don't have parametric data? So for comparative analysis, we basically use Mann-Whitney U-test. Okay. And in place of ANOVA, ANOVA is again for comparing two groups, two or more groups. We use ANOVA. So for example, you have three groups of students, three groups of students where you want to understand, some pedagogical methods which can impact their test scores. The pedagogical methods impacting their test scores, that means you want to compare between three groups. Okay, now here you will go straight away and they measure their marks, and marks will follow normal distribution, and hence you can apply your parametric test there, which is which is ANOVA. But now we don't have, for example, now you want to understand the comparison of feedback, okay, of that particular pedagogical method from the student. Okay, we'll just change outlook of it. Same है, तीन ग्रुप है, यहाँ पे भी तीन अलग अलग टाइप के pedagogical methods है, but now we don't want to compare between their mathematical scores, but we want to understand their feedback of that particular pedagogical method. And now it becomes qualitative data. And now the normal distribution will not be followed for qualitative data, because it will have some sort of scale which will be arbitrary, and then which test to apply in this case. And then we have the answer, which is Kruskal-Wallis test. Okay, so Kruskal-Wallis test, you remember, is for comparing between two or more groups. Okay, when you have a qualitative data or you have non-parametric data. I hope it is clear. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, so we don't want all that. Then we have one more very important test for understanding qualitative data is the chi-square. Now, what is the difference between then Kruskal-Wallis and chi-square? Okay, now, like I said, the test can be classified into comparison, association, causation, and these three types. Comparison, okay, so दो ग्रुप में कंपेयर करना है तो सिंपल है, तो कंपेयर करना है तो मैं या तो टी टेस्ट यूज कर सकते हैं जब भी हमारे पास पैरामेट्रिक डेटा अवेलेबल है। पैरामेट्रिक मतलब जो नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन को फॉलो करता है वो होता है पैरामेट्रिक टेस्ट, जो टी टेस्ट है, आई कैन यूज दैट। But if I am non-parametric, I'm going and I want to compare between two groups, then I have two types of test available: Mann-Whitney U test and Kruskal-Wallis test. Now, okay, so ये तो समझ गया, but अभी एसोसिएशन क्या होता है? ये कंपैरिजन समझ गया, okay, we want to compare, we can use this Mann-Whitney and Kruskal-Wallis, but now suddenly we want to understand the association. Okay, now like मैंने बताया करके, I have three groups of student and I want to understand the pedagogical method, but now I want to understand if the teacher's gender can impact the responses of the students, that whether the pedagogical method is good, bad, whatever the scale it is. Are you understanding? I want to understand not which pedagogical method is good, but whether the gender's role in implementing that pedagogical method is impacting the students' responses or students' feedback. Then that becomes association test. Okay, so what that means, I want to associate gender with the pedagogical method implemented by that particular teacher. Okay, and that becomes tests of association. Okay, also called as interdependence of attributes. Okay, so this can be utilized in many fields, medical fields, as well as uh, other fields where you have data which is of qualitative nature. Okay, so the formula is given in front of you, which is a chi-square formula, where E is nothing but the expected frequency and F is the frequency. So you summarize, that means you calculate your expected frequency, okay, based on your actual frequency. That is the chi-square test. And it is highly used for research which concerns with primary data. And primary data concerns morely with the qualitative nature of the data. Okay. Yeah. So unfortunately, we don't have anything related to correlation. Okay, but we have which is called as Wilcox ranking. Okay, so which is also called as Wilcoxon signed rank test. Let's see to what example I can give you here. Yeah, so let's compare two samples before and after. Okay, whether it is ordinal data or continuous doesn't matter. Okay, now so the data type is temporal employee satisfaction score. Imagine. तो कहाँ पे कंपेयर करेंगे, कैसे करेंगे? टेम्पोरल एम्प्लॉय सेटिस्फेक्शन स्कोर मतलब टाइम बेस्ड, मतलब कंपेयर करना है 2 पीरियड्स में. कैसे कंपेयर करेंगे? एग्जांपल क्या दूं? हाँ, तो कोविड में पॉलिसी थी करके वर्क फ्रॉम होम पॉलिसी, राइट? सो रिमोट वर्क पॉलिसी ऑल्सो कॉल्ड एज. तो आई वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड, आर employees happier or satisfied, and I want to compare pre and post remote work policy. So I have two data types. First was taken before the satisfaction, before the this COVID-19, the satisfaction of work and satisfaction at the workplace of the employees before COVID-19. We have already added the data, and now I want to again, I have conducted survey again from my employees. Now I want to compare, क्या remote working better है या office working better है? And for that we will use Wilcoxon signed rank test. Okay. Okay. Any doubts so far?
Not right now, but maybe while applying the, these formulas and types we can have, but not exactly right at the time.
Okay. So yeah, so I know many of the researcher come to me and ask me like, sir, okay, मुझे कौन सा टेस्ट अप्लाई करना है? तो पहले तो टेस्ट अप्लाई करना है, वो तो डिपेंड करता है तुम्हारा टॉपिक क्या है. टॉपिक है तो टॉपिक में कंपैरिजन है, या तो फिर दो चीज़ों को एसोसिएशन दिखाना है या कोरिलेशन दिखाना है. तो ऑल दैट डिपेंड्स, एंड देन यू कैन स्टार्ट अप्लाइंग. एंड हाउ टू अप्लाई? सो दिस इज वेरी बेसिक. यू कैन यूज आर प्रोग्रामिंग जो फ्री सॉफ्टवेयर है. देन यू कैन यूज SPSS. You can use Excel. No, you can't use Excel for calculating non-parametric data. That's the problem of being non-parametric, because you don't have a normal distribution, and then this basic software like Excel cannot understand, because each way researcher might code it differently, but Excel का already coding हो गया है. तो एक्सेल हर डेटा को नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन से रिलेट करेगा. Hence, in data analysis tool pack of Excel, we still don't have this non-parametric test available. नहीं तो आज के डेट में कोई भी टेस्ट हम लोग कर सकते हैं in Excel. Like regression हो गया, T test, then your F distribution. There are a lot of distribution available in Excel also. Yeah, so basically now we have spoke about 3 different types of non-parametric test. Okay, and how to apply them. Now let me give you one hypothesis, and you have to tell me which test we can apply. Okay. uh, there is null hypothesis which relates there is yeah, so null hypothesis is like this. Okay, so if the how much is the chance of a non-smoker with the occurrence of cancer? Okay, so my null hypothesis, I'll frame it like this. So there is no association between smoking and the occurrences of cancer. So can you tell me how you will conduct this study? My null hypothesis is very simple. There is no association between smoking and occurrences of cancer. Yeah, anybody, please come forward. It's very simple. Which test will apply?
The one is in the chat box saying we apply parametric test mostly, something like that. She's writing. Renu.
But I have two data sets. I have two things here.
So we may be having two groups, one smokers and one non-smokers. So are we going to compare both the groups
Yeah, so but my data is very simple. So whether the person is smoking,
or
yes or
non?
no, and whether he has cancer, yes or no. Now how you do it?
So we have this chi-square test and one more test you mentioned, Whitney test. So we can go with either of the two tests for the data.
Yes, here you're correct. That is, we can use here chi-square. Absolutely right.
Chi-square.
So we can test because this is association, right? We are associating two groups, so two different groups. One is okay, whether person is smoking or no, and then we have another data variable which asks whether the person has cancer or no. Yes and no, दो ही है हमारे पास, yes and no, बाकी भी नहीं कुछ strongly agree 1 2 3 4 5 भी नहीं है. It's yes and no basically. So it's very simple, chi-square, because we want to understand the frequency. So how much is the frequency of smokers and having cancer, and how much is the frequency of non-smokers and not having cancer, and then we can compare it through our formula, which we can calculate the expected frequency, and our frequency is already there, and then we can have a chi-square test value which we can check in our chi-square distribution, and if the chi-square statistic falls below the 0.05 p-value, then we can conclude that yes. So we can reject our null hypothesis saying that yes, there is association between smoking and occurrence of cancer. Okay, so this is a qualitative data, right?
Sir, I have a question. Can I ask?
Yes, please.
Sir, how much difference does demographics create while like if the same data is happening in some place where like in north
Yes,
or maybe in Pune, compared to some test research happening on Delhi. So Delhi is highly polluted
right, right.
compared to any other city. So is that going to create any difference while doing the research? Do we
Absolutely yes.
so
Absolutely yes.
so how should we take that into consideration? Like,
Yes, yes. Very good question, actually. Okay, so that is why the limitation of this parametric, sorry, non-parametric test is that, okay, मेरे को ये समझ आ रहा है करके ठीक है यार, और smoking and cancer में occurrence तो है, okay, but it is not going giving me any other further information, right? There are so many other variables can impact. So this, I'll whole story of this I'll give you. जब भी मैं लेक्चर अटेंड कर रहा था डेटा एनालिसिस फॉर सोशल साइंटिस्ट, देयर वाज एग्जांपल how data can lie, and so good it was. Okay, so good. Okay, so one there was a very classic research paper. Okay, so in that classic research paper, uh, there was again a cancer study. Okay, and that particular researcher, what he has done, he has seen the, like, temporal, he has taken temporal data, मतलब कब से प्लास्टिक यूज करना चालू हो गया है. ओके, एंड कैंसर रेट्स, या तो कैंसर कितना बढ़ रहा है. तो ये पेपर बहुत हाईलाइट हो गया पूरे वर्ल्ड में क्योंकि यस, तो एक हाईली कोरिलेशन मिल गया. सो बिटवीन प्लास्टिक एंड विद द कैंसर रेट्स गोइंग हाई. सो जैसे जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल 1950-60 से प्लास्टिक यूज होना चालू हो गया, तब से ही पता चला करके कैंसर रेट्स भी बढ़ रहा है धीरे धीरे. तो ये भी बढ़ रहा है, वो भी बढ़ रहा है, तो ऑटोमेटिकली कोरिलेशन कितना स्ट्रांग होगा, right? So then there was a huge cry that plastic is bad, and because of plastic, uh, there is cancer has increased. I am not against that study, I'm not favoring using plastic also, but I'm just with the statistical point of view how incorrect that data or that particular research can be. Okay, so we are only seeing the rates of plastic now. Yeah, plastic growth, the use of plastic has tremendously increased past, for 3 or 4 5 decades, and the longevity also has increased, and people now are living beyond the age of 60, which increases their chance of diagnosis of a cancer, because that is when a person might have mostly get diagnosis from the 40 to 60. So longevity बढ़ रहा है, इसीलिए लोग ज्यादा जी रहे हैं, इसीलिए शायद से कैंसर रेट बढ़ रहा है. This is again one hypothesis, I am not so sure, but only seeing at plastic rates are going high and cancer rates are going high, you can't conclude like that. It is difficult. Like जैसे तुमने हमने एग्जांपल लिया था smokers and non-smokers, and it is very simple to have the conclusion drawn through a chi-square, but you are right, there are so many factors like pollution, the eating habits of the person, the genetic profile of that person, and where he's staying, how what work he's doing. So these are all variables. How healthy he is, whether he exercises, whether he has a nutritional diet, whether he has a balanced diet. So many variables, thousands of variables you have to come across to try and predict accurately why person can get a cancer. And that is why cancer studies are not reliable. Because चलो एक example, और एक example I can draw it to you. Okay, one clear example what the cancer studies are drawn is that yes, so smoking causes cancer. So, and I'll come to that why it is very accurate and why it is not. But otherwise, no other study are as conclusive of this study. Because, for example, if somebody is saying use of plastic is causing cancer, so I told you already that there are so many other variables which can also have interplay. What that person is eating, what is the genetic profile of that person, and all sort of those variables are having interplay of particular, and that is why now everything is correlating and causing that person a cancer. But studies like this have no control variables because they cannot measure accurately what that person is eating, right? सो मैं 2 ग्रुप तो बना दिए, चलो स्मोकिंग एंड नॉन स्मोकिंग, बट उसमें भी क्या कितने सारे फैक्टर्स होंगे, कितने क्या क्या होगा जो हम लोग इन्वॉल्व नहीं कर रहे. You have spoken about just one factor that okay, pollution can cause, and that's very important. Location, yes, it can change. The water quality of that location, yes, that can also impact. So these are called as control variables, and unfortunately in non-parametric data sets we can't have control variables because there is no way to use that in our methods through these statistical methods. And that is why guys, this non-parametric test should be utilized mostly to understand or to give the basic understanding of the data or your hypothesis. Okay, now first we have okay understood smoking and cancer occurrences have association. Now let's move forward. Let's now have a total data. Let's take the cancer patients data and non-cancer patients data, and let's compare with the other variables, and then we will understand. Yes, so primary data, yes, we have got understood that yes, there is some association between this, but now we have to move forward, and that is why if you collaborate with secondary and primary data, your research paper becomes more robust. Okay, but if you don't have any option there, then if you can collect the data which is of nature of qualitative data, like their actual data, then you might have a good inference or good uh, understanding or good hypothesis testing. Okay, so yeah, so I was yeah, the second study I said okay, yes, I'll come back to that. So yeah, so second study of the cancer was exercises. So it was seen that exercises, or if a person is going to gym or no, can impact the cancer rates. Okay, now this is again a very good study, but there is a catch here. Okay, now there is some, these are observed data which is a person is going to gym or no, and the cancer rates. Okay, now यहाँ पे और एक वेरिएबल है जो हम लोग देख नहीं रहे. अब जो एक्सरसाइज करता है, वो जो जिमिंग करता है, वो बट ऑब्वियसली मोस्टली खाना भी अच्छा खाता होगा. उसके न्यूट्रिशनल हैबिट्स और उसके ईटिंग हैबिट्स विल बी बेटर देन द अदर सेट ऑफ ग्रुप, and that is why that may be the reason, because if he is eating properly, and that is why he is also going for a gym. So there is two-way correlation here. The gym person is also eating well, and person who is eating well is also going to gym. So there is causation here, and which can also impact our final results. And that is why non-parametric tests should be used as a pinch of salt, and very carefully you have to design it, because you can draw inconclusive hypothesis. Like just we have seen the example, just very simple it is, but you know, but तो कितना उसका रिpercussion हो सकता है. तो मान लो करके अगर आप ऐसे बहुत सारे रिसर्च है जो दे प्रेजेंट द डेटा बट इट इज इनएक्यूरेटली प्रेजेंटेड. हाँ, तो मैं सेकेंडली मैं बता रहा था अगर कैंसर स्टडी क्यों एक्यूरेट है, ये स्मोकिंग का क्यों एक्यूरेट है. नाउ a person is smoking or not smoking directly causing its cancer rates, and that is like repeatedly they have done these studies, and through every time the result has come that only that uh, uh, that person that if a person is smoking, he is definitely a prospect of getting a cancer. Okay, so which is proved. बट यहाँ पे क्यों ये लॉजिकल है मैं बता रहा हूँ. जब भी अभी और एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ मैं. अ पर्सन who is drinking alcoholic beverages and the cancer rates. Now, okay, now here also there is a catch. For a smoker, maybe he's only smoking many times a day, but a drinker might be having, I don't know, the sociological background and all that depends. So it could be different. But for smoking, you can pinpoint to smoking and the effects of cancer. But here in alcoholic thing, there are what is the frequency, how much he drinks, and then what is his background, whether it is, so then again, so what is type of food he is eating with his when he is partying, all that will come under scrutiny. So एक एक चीज को पिन पॉइंट करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा यहाँ पे, बट यहाँ पे जो स्मोकिंग का है वी कैन पिन पॉइंट, यस दिस इज द रीजन. Okay, so very good point. I really liked. Yes, that is how we have to think about करके. We have to understand the control variables. We need to understand. अभी फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैंने तुमको एग्जाम्पल दिया काई स्क्वायर का, जहाँ पे पेडागोजिकल मेथड. अब पेडागोजिकल मेथड है एंड 3 सेट ऑफ ग्रुप्स है. ओके, देर इज एसोसिएशन. मान लिया there is association between the pedagogical method and the satisfaction score, but then there are different set of students, क्योंकि हर एक बच्चा अलग होता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल जिसका ग्रास्पिंग अच्छा है, जिसका इंटेलेक्ट अच्छा है, आईक्यू अच्छा है, उसको समझ में आ गया बराबर से, वो सेटिस्फेक्शन स्कोर अच्छा ही देने वाला है. करेक्ट. सो वी हैव टू कंट्रोल फॉर द पर्टिकुलर आईक्यू ऑफ दैट स्टूडेंट थ्रू कंट्रोल वेरिएबल्स. कंट्रोल वेरिएबल्स मतलब मैं अगर मेरे डेटा में अगर यूज करूँ कंट्रोल वेरिएबल करके, ये स्टूडेंट का स्कोर, उसका पास्ट टेस्ट का स्कोर भी मैंने मैच किया. जस्ट नॉट द नाउ इमीडिएट स्कोर बट द पास्ट एग्जाम स्कोर ऑल्सो. इफ आई हैव दैट इन माई एनालिसिस, देन आई विल अंडरस्टैंड यस करके अगर बच्चा होशियार है तो उसका कितना इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है सेटिस्फैक्शन के ऊपर. So this simple study can be inconclusive at times because there are so many control variables which as a researcher we don't take it to consideration. Okay, so you can think about it. So yeah, but as a researcher we have to focus on the aspect like तुमको क्या करना है, तुम्हारा रिसर्च का ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है, and that is why we have the objective is so important in your study. If your objective just understand that okay, smoking and occurrences of cancer is important, then you're fine, then your answer is conclusive. But you have to say in your suggestions that further study is required to corroborate this finding, and further study will utilize parametric data sets, and then they can say yes, now we can conclude yes, smoking is causing cancer. So this is how interplay of parametric and non-parametric tests should be involved. Okay, and objective and hypothesis should be framed accordingly. Okay, so yeah, any more this such kind of discussion, so I'm always welcome to such kind of discussion because that the discussion can increase the understanding of particular topic.
So I have one question since I'm in a very early stage of my research.
Yes, please.
So, I'm filled with a lot of questions, confusions. So I just wanted to ask, in any research, can we use both parametric and non-parametric tests for justifications?
For the same data set?
Yeah, for the same data set.
Okay, for the same data set, if the variable, okay, for example, I'll tell you, you are taken income, actual income of that particular, so whatever your topic is, okay, so you have taken responses, and then in that one variable is income, and there are set of other variables which are satisfaction levels or consumers satisfaction, whatever it is, I don't know exactly, but if it is income which you have measured actually, which is also your what you can say parametric, which follows normal distribution, and then for particular that variable you can utilize parametric tests because that variable follows normal distribution. But if you have in that particular data set you don't have any variable which follows normal distribution, then you can't use non-parametric test, though people use it for example, sometimes what they do is they code it. Okay, so 1 to 5, and then if they are coding it 1 to 5, and then they also do a t-test. So how they will do a t-test? So they will have a, for example, mean of it. For example, strongly agree to strongly disagree. तो मेरा mean आ गया मान लो 3.5. अब 3.5 है, तो I want to compare it with the mean 3. If my mean is greater than the 3, that I can conclude, yes, that person is strongly agreeing on to that particular variable. That is also one way you can do it, but it is not that accurate. Your t-test value, p-value will always be, what you can say, less than 0.05, and you can conclude and you can reject the null hypothesis, but statistical point of view, it is inaccurate. Okay, you can't do that, because I have told you, पहले तो 1 to 5 करे या 5 to 1 करे कोडिंग, मेरे पे डिपेंड करता है. अगर मैंने उल्टा कोडिंग कर दिया तो मेरा टी टेस्ट अलग आएगा. अगर मैंने ऐसा कंक्लूड किया तो उसका डिपेंड होता है. या सो हाउ कैन वी नो डेटा इज नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड? Okay, so there are tests in Excel also, in R programming also, and normal distribution test. So and norm.dist test in Excel. Okay, so if you have variable, what you can do is simply type in your Excel is equal to n norm. You will get the I'll just give it here, and then you can test it for your particular variable. And if the value uh, is less than 0.05, then you will conclude that this data doesn't follow normal distribution. And there is visual way also to do that. So if you have a frequency, okay, frequency table, and if you map that frequency with your actual frequency, then you should have a bell shape curve. बेल शेप कर्व से तुमको पता चल जाएगा ये नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड है क्या नहीं. मतलब अगर एग्जैक्ट बेल शेप नहीं आएगा, बट अगर थोड़ा भी अगर सिमिलरिटी बेल शेप में है, तो यू विल अंडरस्टैंड whether it is
Normally distributed or not.
yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other? Okay, so yeah, I'm just copy pasting here for that, for normal distribution. In Excel also you can do it. तो एग्जाम्पल है ये, तुम्हारा जो भी डेटा सेट रहेगा, इफ यू नेम दैट डेटा सेट देयर इन दैट वेरिएबल, फॉर एग्जांपल सी कॉलम है तुम्हारा, एंड तो तुम्हारा डेटा स्टार्ट होता है फ्रॉम सो एंड सो point, then you can have that, you can calculate. Or then you can also have a calculate the mean midpoints, which is midpoint of that your ranges, and then frequency ranges, and then you can calculate that also. It's simple, you can just Google it also, you will able to do that on your own to understand the normality. This is called as test of normality. Okay, so which scales are approximate for non-parametric test? Which scales are approximate for non-parametric? I didn't get your question, sir. Appropriate. So any Likert scale you can utilize in non-parametric test. So whether it is, satisfaction ratings or just rating from 1 to 5, that also can be considered for non-parametric test. So any scale you have, so if it is 1 to 10 also you can utilize, But if it is more than that, then it becomes trickier to calculate with the non-parametric tests. Like I told you, like the scope of non-parametric test is limited, but it is very useful also in certain cases. So where you can just have a brief understanding of what is happening. अभी हाँ ये समझ गया, हाँ चलो ये हो रहा है. Then I can move forward with robust data, and you can mention that in your research paper that there is further research is required to corroborate this finding, because this is just a basic understanding. Okay, because समझ में आ रहा है, but to further best book for parametric test. Okay, so there are 2 3 books in specifically. First is Damodar Gujarati. Okay, I love that book very much. That book is basic econometrics book. Okay, and in that it is very in simplified manner. It has mentioned like how to use your parametric test. Okay, I'm talking about parametric test, not non-parametric test, but it is a parametric test. And then there is Principles of Econometrics by Dr. Hartekar, Neeraj Hartekar. That also is very good, where यहाँ पे R programming के साथ सिखाया हुआ है. मतलब वहाँ पे तो बताया भी है करके अगर ये टेस्ट करना है तो R programming में आप कैसे कर सकते हो. That is also really really good book. In fact, I have got privileged to learn under Dr. Neeraj Hartekar sir when I was in Mumbai School of Economics. So that is also a good book. Then uh, Woolbridge. Woolbridge is really good, which is the name of the title of the book is Introduction to Econometrics. These 3 books are really really good. You can start with Damodar Gujarati and Introduction to Econometrics by Woolbridge. And if you want to know for non-parametric, also I can suggest few books. I think non-parametric by Gupta, research methodology. That is a basic understanding which will give everything there. Okay, and yeah, any other doubt?
Yeah, participants can ask any questions if you have.
For non-parametric, I'll give this citation.
All of you are requested to also fill the feedback form and ask the question to the sir. Sir has written name of the book, I think, in the chat box. Please note it down.
Yeah, I think that sums up this topic also. I hope I have cleared your doubts regarding non-parametric test. Since I was filling in for the Dr. Das due to his unavailability due to unprecedented situation at his home, but I think I have justified the lecture. I guess so.
Indeed, indeed. So from your side, it's over. So it's like,
Yes, sir, yes.
yeah, fine, fine. Give it 2 minutes. I will propose vote of thanks as well. I understand taking continuous 2 leg session is difficult for us, you know.
Yes, but show must go on.
Yeah, yeah, he has to. So, I propose, formal vote of thanks, Professor Nilesh sir. For me, doctor is about to finish soon. So,
Yes.
sir, thank you very much for joining us. And let me tell you, the participant, this was a very specific session on only non-parametric test. Okay, so it was very specific. And what your test, sir, has told you, many statisticians are using those tests nowadays. Okay, and we could see in the thesis that Mann-Whitney and crystal values are more used nowadays, with special reference to the demographic profiles and attributes. So it will have certainly given you at least some idea about this test. And thank you very much for your wonderful feedback. And now, Professor Nilesh, I give formal thanks to you on behalf of our institution and ICSSR to have joined us. And I'm very sure in our next platform, you will always be there with a new session, a new dimension of research. So it was really very, I would say, smooth going, very paceful and very paceful session. And students also interacted. That was a great part of it. Ultimately, statistics and econometrics is not that much favorite among all.
Yes.
People get run away from that, but we have to understand because it's a part of our academic journey. So that was the purpose of keeping this session. So thank you very much for having joined, and see you again
My
soon
pleasure, sir.
with a new platform, Nilesa. Dear learners, yeah, I'm requesting all of you to fill feedback form without fail. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Nilesa. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I announce the session is over today. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Those who have filled feedback form, they can leave the session. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the session, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. It's ultimately, you people delightment that gives us encouragement to hold
Yes.
such programs. Thank you.
Very true.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah. I had to announce tomorrow no session. You must see the schedule. The session will be on now 24 Monday. Tomorrow you take off. 6 days you have been learning for 3 hours. So have some break now. Monday we shall see again, right? Monday will be the session. Thank you. Have a nice day. Okay, I'm leaving the group. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Allah Hafiz.